Good morning, everybody. Welcome back. My name is Alex, working on the 50,000 FTMO challenge. Please read the risk disclaimer while I babble in the background until we get started. A couple of updates. I missed this huge trade on GBP USD on Friday, which was over 200 pips down. That made me go back to the drawing board this weekend. And I made some changes. I actually used the 6 bullets trading system and enhanced that a little bit, made new rules, and changed it in a way that would have helped me catching that trade instead of going long and hitting my stop loss. So let's check on FTMO first. So currently we're up 0.79%. So I kind of like give almost everything back I made last week, which is unfortunate, but we're in the positive, so I'm still confident. Hopefully that new template will help. You can see it here too. We're still within the limits, so that's good. We still got until the 6th of July to finish that challenge, so I'm not that worried about it. Yeah, let's close that risk disclaimer. So, oops, that's the wrong one. I apologize. Here we go. Okay, so let me show you what changed. Let me minimize this here. So this was Friday. Now with this new template, we would have caught that entry right on the close of this candle here. And there was a 13 pip stop loss, and it went over 200 pips down, which we would caught all of it with this new template. I know it looks a little confusing and there's a lot of stuff going on here. However, it's actually not that complicated. We still need price to come out of the bands, which it did. We actually get a forewarning now that price is going down. You see those white arrows here? That means prepare. We're gonna have a down move. Also, this red arrow says the same thing. Prepare for a down move, and then we get price coming out. We get our little gray arrows. We have a new indicator here, which is also support, which then later on turns into our 1 hour support up here. I brought the C indicator back. So we have this one going on here. We have our red dot, and I also added a parabolic SAR indicator here. And we have a new arrow. This arrow is non-repaint, however it's all over the place, so you can't just take blindly every arrow. Basically what it is, it's called a Heikin-Ashi arrow, so whenever the Heikin-Ashi candle changes color, this arrow shows up. It's just an additional confirmation. So we had a forewarning here. Okay, get ready. We had price coming out. So far so good. Our resistance printed. We got the C indicator. We got our dot. There's also a new indicator that shows us the exhaustion in the market, which is the number 3. And then price comes down, C prints. We get our Heikin-Ashi arrow here. We get our parabolic SAR dot on the top, and then we look down. There's a lot going on here too. We need this white dot, which we had. This needs to be in the red. This needs to be in the red. We had red here, red here, red here, so we're good to go. So we would enter right here on this candle, stop loss above, and we do not even consider exiting until this bottom indicator turns white again, which it does right here. And then we hit that band right here, so that would be my exit point. And also new to this rule is, as long as this TMA band is red, we only selling. So we had an exit here and then a go long signal here. However, this was not valid because the band is still red. And then opening today, we had this here. We have price coming out of the band again. And then we had all our confirmations. and we had a second push down, which you would also have caught, but it's not in our trading time. And now we're at a point, we got this white arrow, and again, this is a forewarning, and the band on the bottom already changed to green. That means from now on only long. Now I did a test trade here, so because I know it should go down to the bottom of the band before we make this up move, and I'm just gonna play it down to our dotted channel, and then I'm gonna close it out. Just try it out. But like I said, you can ignore it. Usually at this point we should not go short anymore. We have a forewarning, okay, trend is changing, so from now on please only take long trades. So I'm expecting price to come down here and then give us a long entry and continue up. I'm just gonna trail this down. This was my original stop loss, so I trail it above the parabolic SAR, one behind, and as long as it goes, it goes. Okay, so once again we have, this is an old indicator, this is also an old indicator. These three are new to you. This is a MACD, which shows us this white dot as a confirmation. Now this white dot repaints, so you can't just take it by face value. Then we have this indicator here, which shows us this is very comparable to the RSI. It's not an RSI though, and we need to see it closing below the 50 line in order to take a trade, which it did on this candle here. At the same time, we need this to be red or gray. Gray is acceptable. We also have little dots down here in this indicator that confirm red, and then this indicator needs to be at least in the white, if not red, for sell. And then we still have our support dots. We have the green and red, which is the 15-minute support. Then we have the white, which is 30-minute support, and we have the blue, which is 1 hour support. And then we also have the golden ones, which are 4 hour support. So the higher the support level, the stronger it is, but they can still repaint, so you can't just go by that either. Everything has to line up at the perfect time. So like I said, I'm gonna trace this down now. I'm gonna close it out as soon as we hit this band, because I took this trade against the rules, so even though everything lined up. However, like I said, we have this big white arrow now as a forewarning, and we have one of the two bands already changed to green. So that means from now on, please only take long signals. We could not take this trade, even though the entry was here and it would have worked out for a few pips. But again, we don't trade against the trend. It was still red, so no trade here. We would have taken this trade if it would have been within the trading session and closed it out somewhere around here. But we would have not taken the long trade because the band was still red. Now that's a different story. Now it's flipped. That means from now on, please take only long positions. So now we're gonna wait for a long entry down there and hopefully get one as soon as we get into the 1 a.m. session until 3 is my guess. And that will be our trade for the day, hopefully. I do have my chat open, Telegram as well as the YouTube chat. If you have questions while we're waiting on a trade, feel free to ask. You have to be a subscriber in order to participate in the chat though, so keep that in mind. Where is my... Oh, there it is. Okay. All right. Telegram is open. YouTube chat is open. We're good to go. Let's see what happens here. looks like I'm gonna get stopped down here. That's fine, it's not a big deal. Like I said, according to the rules, I should have not taken this trade in the first place. However, I do expect the price to come down here to give us a long entry because of that arrow, so I figured I'm just gonna play it at least until here, which is our dotted line band. And you'll see what happens. Okay, now we got a golden dot here, so that confirms that this could be a reversal here, because the 4-hour support is basically the turnaround point on a bigger time frame. So that would be nice. Yeah, and let me just scroll back and show you that on Friday. So Friday the session started around here, I think. So you would have started the session here. We get those white arrows saying, hey, be aware there might be a down move coming. Then we also get this arrow here, which also says, hey, there's a down move coming. Now this is kind of like weird repainting. Like I said, I don't know all of the indicators. I'm testing it out. I might get rid of 1 or 2 here and there that are unnecessary. For now, I keep all of them on the chart. And yeah, like I said, in the session, we had the price coming out here. We had our new support printing here, which later turned into the 1-hour support dots. So this is kind of like a predicting support level. I don't know if it repaints or not. I have to see it in action. But latest here, when we had the blue dot, it was a confirmation. We had our number 3, which also repaints, so that might have shown up here already, and then as the price moved up, this would have moved up. So you can't just trade on this alone either. But if you have the forewarning, we have price coming out of both bands, and then we hit the support, we have our red dot, we have price going down, we have the C indicator printing, and then we have our Heiken Ashley arrow here and the dot above the parabolic SAR, which then also lines up with all our indicators down here. We had red here, we had the white dot just printed here. We were coming down, the RSI was red, this trend indicator was red, the bottom indicator here within this indicator was red. This was gray, which counts, and this was red or white at that point. So this would have been a valid entry. Stop loss goes above the support dots, which would have been 10 pips. And then, yeah, we all know what happened on Friday. Let me just zoom out so you can see this. So here was our entry, and our exit would have been way past this point. And that was 200 pips, 220 pips. So you would have had a 10 pip stop loss. Okay, now I can see the end. Hold on. And then this. Oh, I'm sorry. Here, it's turned white here, and then we hit the band here. So this would have been the exit. That was 205 pips on a 10 pip stop loss. So that's 20 times your risk. And again, as long as this on the bottom is red, we don't do anything until we get white and actually some resistance starts and whatnot. So we can ignore those. Those were false, as you can see. They printed but then turned red at price as price broke through. So you can ignore these. All indicators, like I said, once you enter the trade and price moves down, as long as it stays red, you're good. As long as this stays red, you're good. So just keep following this down. Band is still red, however, this turns white, so I would exit here, and then we get a re-entry here and another push down. And that's how I'm gonna play it from now on. So I'm gonna take scalp by scalp, and I mean, 200 pip scalp, there's nothing wrong with that. So I'm gonna zoom in again, and see what happens here. This doesn't look good. Yeah. Again, I shouldn't have taken this trade, but yeah, it was a small loss. It's like 120, 130, something like that. So it's not a big deal. I also reduced my risk to 0.5% now. I finally got this position size calculator to work, and you can see here risk is 0.5%. When you click on show lines, it's going to show you where price is right now and your stop loss, and then depending on where you move your stop loss and then hit the combination on the keyboard, it will enter the trade short or long depending on if stop loss is beneath the price. It would enter long, and if the stop loss is above the price, it would enter short automatically and calculate the lot size based on a 0.5% risk. So, okay. So that's where we are now. Just to reiterate what I'm seeing here. Again, we had the 4-hour support, but dots printing, so there's another confirmation that we turn around here. However, on the top, we have the 1-hour support printing, so I'm expecting price to come down and give us at least another 1-hour support here, which we can enter from. Like I said, this trade I should have not taken this, because the moment we get the white arrow and this switches to green, no more shorts. Same here, the other way around. We didn't have any indication that we turn around here at this point. It was red and red. We had no error, so there was no entry here for a long, even though we would have gotten a few pips out of it. So it kind of like keeps you out of possible bad trades and only allows you to trade with the trend. That's a good thing about this new system, or new trading behavior, whatever we want to call it, or rules. Same here, we did get a foreshadowing that we're going long. However, price was still within the bands, and then price did come out here, and this actually closed outside. I remember that on Friday, because it did enter long here. So that means, okay, now we need all the confirmations. The least you want to see is the white dot. That's what I concentrate on instead of all that mess. So once we do get the white dot, I confirm with everything else. We need the parabolic SAR. We had the Heiken Ashi indicator already, but we didn't have a parabolic SAR. So we need to wait for this candle to close. And at that point, this was green. We had the white dot. This was green, 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 green all around. So your entry would have been right here on this candle. Stop loss underneath the dots. And off we go. Right until here. It was not much, but 20 pips, hey. And then with this new template, we would have caught this move down on Friday all the way to the 200 pip range with a 10 pip stop loss. That would have made my challenge, and then some. So I was really miffed, as you can imagine. When I woke up and I saw this, I was like, okay, holy crap, how can I change my template in a way that would allow me to take this trade? So I was working all weekend. I tried hundreds of indicators and I came up with this. And like I said, it looks fully loaded right now. I totally understand that, and it looks like a light up Christmas tree. However, it works. And again, a few of those indicators are new to me as well. So I'm gonna see what happens as I'm testing this, and then make a decision if I keep one indicator or not. So this might change a little bit, maybe simplify it a little bit so we don't have to have that many things going on the chart. But for now, I know how it works. I have it in my head, and I hope you catch up over time, and then we can make a decision, or I will make a decision on what to remove and what not. Okay. So let's just wait for an entry now to go long. As I said, we had a warning here. This big white arrow means, okay, this is a trend change. So get ready to enter a long position. So now we're waiting for price to come down here, come out of the band, possibly do even take the lows here and then move up, and that's the move that we want to catch tonight. Okay, like I said, if you have questions, please feel free to post in the chat. Either chat is fine. And let's see what happens tonight. Just gonna check if I can be heard out there. So bear with me, you might hear a little bit of an echo. But there's no one in the chat at the moment, so I have to do it myself. Tap. Okay, let's see. This is me. Okay, I can hear myself. Perfect. All right. We're good. So now we're just patiently waiting for the entry. I don't know why I still have my reading glasses on. Yeah, like I said, I was working on this enhanced 6-bullet trading system all weekend. I went through hundreds of indicators, and then I finally came up with this, and I was like, okay, this actually would have allowed me to take that trade on Friday. So I will use this for the rest of the challenge. Hopefully we make it through, but if you only to catch one of those trades, well, we're done. It was a 1 to 20 risk reward. So even with a 0.5%, you would have made 10% on that trade. That would have been the challenge right there. That really miffed me that I missed it on Friday. So this is more like a short-term scalping system, but there's nothing wrong with it if you have a good risk-reward ratio and you make 1 to 4, 1 to 5 here and there. You know, you just need a couple of trades. If you're lucky, you pass challenge in a day with the system too. So, I mean, not with 0.5% risk, with 1% risk. But even with 0.5% risk, you should be hopefully done within a few days. And again, this new template and the rules around it are created so you only trade with the trend and not against the trend. Which again, I explained before. If you see right here, we have no white arrow. You have no business taken along here. You would wait for price to come out the other side and then take a short. However, right as we approach the top, we got this arrow. So I should have not taken this trade, which I paid for. Not much, but still. So at that moment, you see the white arrow. That means, okay, stop taking shorts wait for a long entry at this point. And then we have a confirmation here that the band changed to green on one side. So that also means there's a possible trend change, and having the 4-hour support dots just puts more weight on that trend change. And now it's just a matter of price coming down, giving us a blue support and an entry, and then off we go, hopefully. Yeah, whatever the last resistance up here was, that's what we need to see on the other side in order to take a trade. So since it's went all the way to 1 hour support, we have to see blue dots down here. They might print a little late, so if I see white dots, I would be satisfied. As you can see here, the white dots later on turn into blue. So we just have to wait patiently for price to come down here, give us an entry. Yeah, I think I'm gonna get rid of this green round arrow. That's definitely one I can toss because this is really painting us like crazy. This actually showed up here, right around here first, and now I printed back all the way down to here, so it's useless. So there goes one indicator. However, we don't need it because we have our band as trend direction and showing us a trend change as well. So we don't need that arrow anyway. Okay. One less arrow on the chart. And again, the green arrow is just the Heikin-Ashi changing colors basically. So every time that happens, the green arrow prints. But it is a entry confirmation that we need to see before we can take an entry. So on this trade, it actually happened on the parabolic SAR dot, the first one, and candle close. So that was at the same time. On the way down, it was actually, let me see. I think it was on the same too. Yeah, on the same candle. So, but we have to see it in order to take a trade. And then, like I said, you would exit the trade once this turns white, and this actually touched the bottom band. So I would close the trade right here. We do not take a long here because the band is still red, and then we would have waited for a continuation trade, which finally comes in here. We have resistance starts, we have the C indicator, we have our Heikin-Ashi arrow going down, and on the next candle we get our parabolic SAR, and then on this candle we have to check with our bottom indicators, and you can see here red, we had a white dot, red, 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 and red, so that's a confirmation. So you would enter here on this candle, stop loss above, and then you close your trade somewhere around down here. Because we hit the support, we get the first blue dots, meaning that there's a reversal coming in. So you could have closed out your trade right here on this candle or on this candle. And then we do not take the long because band was still red. And we do not take the short because we had trend change here and trend change here, so we can't take a long. So now we have to wait for a short entry. Again, I have my chats open, Telegram and YouTube. If you have any questions, please feel free to ask. Here you can see like this number 3, which is the exhaustion indicator, now it jumped over to this candle because it's higher up here. So you can't just go by this indicator to take a trade. It will repaint. But all together with all the other indicators, it's definitely a must-have before you can take a trade. And also a must-have before you can take an exit. As long as if you would take a long here, as long as you don't see a number 3 up there, trade is still going. So it's basically also kind of like a warning, like, okay, we might come to an end here soon, so pay attention. That's the way I would look at it. Okay, so now we had a tap into this supply zone. You can see this here in the background, this red area is a supply zone, so hopefully that's enough to push it back down and give us an entry. And then we're on our way. So now we have the top band also changed to green, so now that's also good. So we definitely can only take longs from here on out. The MACD also shows divergences with those green lines. Hey! Get off the table. Sorry, cats are going nuts. So that means now we're officially in an uptrend and we're only taking longs. And in order to take a long, price needs to come back down to the other side of the band and give us an entry. This was a massive move on Friday. Unbelievable. I was really pissed that I missed that, but it won't happen again. Not with this template. And you can see here was the entry. So let me go through the entry again. We had our white arrows printing here. That means, okay, get ready. This could be a possible trend change, but in order to take a trade, we need to have price coming out of both bands, which didn't do it at this point, but this was right where our session started, right around this area. And then you can see price shooting up, coming out of both bands here. We get our support dots, we get our red dot right here. Number 3 was probably already printing here at this point. And then we have price coming down again. We have the C indicator printing. We have our Heikin-Ashi arrow here on this second down candle. And we have our parabolic SAR. It's kind of hard to see, but it's a magenta colored, so printing here as well. And then at this point we look down and we can see all the bottom indicator agree at this point. So this would have been an entry here. And up to here you can see it was about 10 pip stop loss. And then again, once we're in a trade, we pay attention to this bottom indicator. And as long as this stays red, we stay in the trade. So from here, we watch this bottom one here. And you can see it turning white right here. Right around this area here. So now we need to wait for price to come down, which it did right here. And coincidentally, we get the fractal supports here. So you can close your trade right on this candle. And this was over 200 pip move with a 10 pip stop loss. We cannot take a long here because band is still red, no indication of reversal. However, on the top here, we get another entry to go short, so we can take another trade down to here. So that would have been 2 trades, and this would have been the entry here. This is 7.5 pips, and down to this candle was 48 pips. So decent risk reward ratio. Right around a 1 to 6, if I'm not mistaken. And then again, I explained it again just to make sure you guys understand it. As long as those both sides of the band are still red, we are not taking a long, so this would have not been a valid trade entry here. And then we would have waited for another short opportunity, but as price comes up here, we get this white arrow saying, hey, we might have a trend change here, so I'm not taking any longs anymore. And then this turned green, and now this turned green. So now I'm waiting for price to come down to the other side to take a long position, according to the trend, however long that goes. So now we have to wait for price to come down. I think this will happen fairly fast, that down move, once it starts to go down, let me put it that way. So that hopefully comes out of both bands here, and then we wait for entry and go. That's the plan for tonight. This might happening in London session. That's when they try to make a false move. It's usually during the London session or right before London session. Just need to have patience. Yeah, the advantage of this new template is that we do not trade against the trend, period. Only with the trend, which are usually the bigger moves anyway. Counter trend is usually just a short move. Also, for your information, the red and green supply and demand zones are the 5 and 15 minutes. They're both the same color. If they're darker, it just means that they have not been visited yet. If they're brighter red, that means they have been tapped into, like here. And then we have the blue ones. Those are 1 hour supply and demand zones. And that's a pretty good confirmation. I know when this trade formed, even though we don't take it, we had those green demand zone already printing, so that's a good confirmation also to enter, as well as on Friday. You can see that we actually went right into a supply zone up here when the reversal happened, so that's also another good confirmation that we're probably going down, especially if you have all the other indicators agreeing with it. So let's see what happens here. So I would expect price to come back into this area somewhere. We have a 5-15 minute supply zone here, as well as a 1 hour. So from here to here is where I expect price to come back and give us an entry. Okay, it swept the highs here. If you're watching, do me a favor, hit the like button and subscribe to the channel. This is still a very, very small channel. It will help me out tremendously, and it doesn't cost you any effort other than one click. So we broke the previous lower high here, which would confirm a trend change. So now we just need to wait for the entry. And again, I expect that to happen somewhere right around London open, or maybe an hour or two into London when they bring it back. Sometimes it happens before London, so that's why I like to be at the chart at around 1 a.m. also to get a better picture of what's going on. Actually, let's check the economic calendar since we're here. A friend of mine told me that Wednesday is a brutal day in the market because of one of the news events, I think interest something. So let's see, this is this week. Later. And the nice thing about this one is you can actually filter it, since we're trading the British pound against the US dollar. We can put both of those in, GBP and then USD. And that way we only get the news events related to that pair. There we go. So we do have high impact news in about 25 minutes. Okay. Also high impact news, 25 minutes, another one. Oh boy. Tuesday as well. High impact news on the pound. And then Wednesday, high impact news on the dollar. Yeah, this is the one that I was warned of. Interest rate projection and current. A friend of mine told me those news are like highly anticipated and can be very volatile on the market. So we gotta keep an eye on that. Same here. Wow, there's like high impact news every day on pretty much. Alrighty, about 25 minutes, 24. So at 2 a.m., let's see what happens. Gotta keep an eye on that. Maybe that's what they're gonna use to push it back down and then sweep the lows here and then move it up. Wouldn't surprise me. Yeah, but that's basically the move we're waiting for now. We had a trend change. We had the white arrow. We do have a white arrow going down. However, that's common with this indicator that in the change we get this white arrow going down, and probably there is a down move coming. That's the one we're waiting for. However, we're waiting for the long entry, so we're not taking the trade down. Which could be setting up right here now, the down move. Lily, stop it. Sorry, my cats are going crazy. What's wrong with you guys? I swear to God, they were quiet all night. And now they're live streaming, they're going crazy. Jumping on tables and boxes, trying to open up the kitchen cabinets. Jesus. Yeah, this could set up for the down move now. So it did come out of this band. We can tell by the little gray arrow here. That's a confirmation that price actually did touch the band. That's the only time you get this little gray arrow, which is one of the conditions that we need in order to take a trade. Again, I'm not going to take a trade down, even though I know the price is going down. I'm only trading with the trend. So even if you do get a setup here going down, I'm not going to take that trade. Yeah, I think they're gonna, time-wise, 2 a.m. as the news release. I think they're gonna use that to push it down, possibly even below the low, to grab those stop losses, and then they're gonna shoot it up. That's my expectation. Where did my stop loss go? Oh, it's down there. Okay. Yeah, I'm glad I got this position size calculator to work. That takes all the guesswork and calculations out of the lot size calculation. It takes everything into consideration, including the pip value of the pair, and then also my risk percentage here on the account. And then it's just a matter of moving my stop loss line where I want my stop loss to be, and hit my key combination in order to enter the trade, and it calculates everything automatically for you. It's very handy, and I did get it to work. So week we have a lot of, every day we have high impact news on the pound dollar. This is crazy. This is the big one on Wednesday. But that's, is that my time? 14? That's right at the end of my trading time anyway, so hopefully I'll be out of the market by then. I usually try to get one trade right around London Open or before London Open or shortly into London Open, and then one good trade and I'm usually out. That's all I want. Okay. Yeah, this could be setting up for a down move now. Oh, and by the way, you have a link in the description of this live stream for our Telegram channel. You're free to join. Feel free to join. It's free. Doesn't cost anything. There's only 25 members at the moment, so you don't have to use the YouTube chat. You can also... Hey Fox, yeah, that's what I was referring to. A friend of mine told me about that today. He's like, dude, Wednesday, be careful with trading around those news, because they're pretty much highly anticipated, and there's a lot of stuff going on around those news with volatility. So I was forewarned. So I'm definitely trying to stay out of the market at that time. But we have like high impact news all week. Here, this is today. We have several high impact news here and other news on a pound dollar coming out at 2 a.m. tonight. And then tomorrow we have also high impact news on the dollar, which is probably right around that same time. Yep, 2 a.m. here. And then Wednesday we have high impact news on the dollar in the morning, New York session. Hopefully I'm not in the market by the time anymore. And then definitely the FOMC, which is right around 2 p.m. my time, Eastern Standard Time. So by that time I'm hopefully not in the market anymore either. And then we also have Thursday, right around in between London and New York session, high impact news again on the pound, and then also at the open up New York session with the US dollar. So there's a lot of stuff going on this week. You gotta be careful with those trades. Yeah. Looks like they have a short setting up here. Again, I'm not gonna take it, even though I know it's gonna probably hit that lower band. Because I'm not trading against the trend. We have both lines green now, so now we're looking for a long entry. Not taking this, even though I would get a few pips out of that. That's at like 20 pips, something like that. I will not trade against the trend. And trend has changed for me. We have broken the last lower high here. We have our band turning green. We have the big arrow saying, hey, we're going up now. And we also have the 4-hour support dots down here. That's usually a turning point. So now we're officially in long mode. Just have to wait for the entry. I'm just afraid with the news coming out at 2 a.m. it's going to be one of those spike down and back up moves, and I don't want to have a 20-30 pip stop loss, so that's not going to happen. That's the only thing I can see that might prevent me from getting into that trade. We'll see what happens. from here to here. 12 pips, okay. Also, until Wednesday, I expect the market to be, even though we have a lot of news coming out, to be relatively slow. Because usually right before FOMC is when the big institutions are waiting on that big announcement on Wednesday, and they usually don't trade before that. So it might be a little bit slow in the market until then. Not saying you can't catch a few pips here and there, but don't expect anything crazy other than the news times. There probably won't be a lot of volatility in the market outside of the news. How are you doing, Faust? You doing good? Still good weather over there? Yeah, I think I mean, like I said, I could be totally wrong, but use the news to bring price down, break this low, possibly, to fake out traders, and then they're gonna push it up. It wouldn't surprise me. Yeah, same. It's always hot here. I think we had yesterday we had a little bit of rain, which was nice because I like to take a nap before my trading session, since it starts at 1 a.m. my time. So we had a nice amount of rain where it was pretty dark outside, so it was the perfect weather to go to sleep and take a nap. But it's still hot outside, even when the rain hit. Let me see what we have right now. Let me update that. Tell you in a second. Yeah, we have 81 Fahrenheit right now. And it's almost 2 a.m. in the morning here. It's crazy. Definitely brutally hot at the moment. Even at night. Okay, this looks like that's the start of our down move. And we have 12 minutes until the news release. I really hope it's not just a spike down. I mean, I do have my stop loss here in place. So if they just shoot the price down with a massive candle, I just might take an entry right below that lower band here, because we have 3 different demand zones on different time frames here. I'm just hoping that they don't grab those stop losses, because that would take me out too. But then again, how much would that be? Like 7 pip stop loss. No, I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna guess. I'm just gonna wait and see if I get an entry or not. If we get an entry, we get an entry. If not, then not. It is what it is. Yeah, And that's 2 a.m. in the morning, 27 Celsius. That's usually when we have the lowest temperatures. I think during the day it was as hot as almost 90, like 88 or 89 or something like that. So tomorrow, yeah, tomorrow it's supposed to go up to 80, 88 again at the high. Yeah, let me see, maybe I can post this in the Are you in the Telegram chat as well, Foss? Yeah, for real. I'm gonna post a screenshot of my phone in the Telegram chat. You can see the forecast. It's crazy. If you're in the Telegram chat, I think you are. Yeah. Yeah, I posted a screenshot in the Telegram channel. You can see the forecast here. It's all week, 89, 89, 89, 89, 89, 90 on Saturday. Yeah, exactly. Can't see that. Hold on, I gotta change my setting here for Telegram. No. Yeah, I need some beers. Yeah, I don't drink at home, even though I'm German. And Germans love their beer, but I usually don't drink at home. I only drink socially when I'm out. We like to go to karaoke and have a few drinks and sing a few songs. But at home I'm usually only drinking water or juice or coffee or... Yeah, that's pretty much it. I don't drink soda either. No Coke or that kind of drinks. Just water, coffee and juice. That's the only thing I drink at home. Unless my roommate mixes some cocktails. He does it sometimes. You want a sip? I'm like, sure. But then it's kind of socially too, so. I think in the time that I live here now, which is coming close to 2 years now, 1.5 years, I had one beer here by myself, one time. That was it. I just don't like to drink at home. Alright, we got 7 minutes until the news release. Where's my clock, by the way? Ah, there it is. Oh yeah, I like any kind of good beer. I don't drink American beer, for starters. Unless it's a craft beer, yeah, then I will try it. My favorite is a German wheat beer from Munich. There's several brands that I like. There's Wein Stefaner is one of them. Franziskaner is one. They're both from my hometown, Munich, or the area of Munich. Let me put it that way. Those are my favorites. And we do have several bars here in Florida that actually carry one or the other, so that's pretty sweet. But I'm not against trying new brands of beers if they are craft beers or higher quality. Let me put it that way. I don't drink Miller Lite or Bud Light or Coors Light or all that stuff. I don't drink. That tastes like water to me. The beer has to have some substance. In Germany, we call the American beers Pipiwasser. I don't know if you saw that video. That was two German guys that try American beer for the first time. The first thing they say is like, "Ooh, it tastes like Pipiwasser." That's funny as hell. I haven't heard of that. Dark IPA, I'm assuming, is that? Deep boss? I'm assuming it means dark IPA. Yeah, dark is usually not a bad thing. Usually gives it a little bit more substance and flavor. No matter what kind of dark beer you drink. I'm not a big fan of Pilseners. Oh, double IPA, damn. Definitely some substance there. Nice. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of Pilseners. I mean, I can drink it, but it's not one of my favorites to drink. It's a little bit too bitter for me. The German wheat beers are nice. They're smooth. They're a little bit fruity. They have substance. You can't see through it. So I like that. I also tried Guinness. Guinness is not bad. Not one of my favorites, but it's definitely a good beer to drink, especially with dinner or something. It's very heavy though. It's a stout, right? Guinness. I like the foam of the Guinness. It's very thick and rich. That right there tells you what kind of beer it is. There's a lot of substance to it. Unfortunately, all the good beers also go in your belly. So you gotta restrain yourself from drinking too much of those. I only have one or two when I go out, and that's it. And then I have to stop anyway because of driving. And that only happens like every other week to once a month, something like that. I don't go out nowadays a lot. Probably should change that. I'm always on the charts and tinkering with indicators and coming up with rules and all that stuff. I need a life. Ah, okay. Yeah, I didn't see it in the YouTube chat. They might not allow links, but I see it in the Telegram chat. Let me see. There we go. Untapped, okay. Sorry, I just want to look it up real quick. We're waiting on our trade entry anyway. Yeah, that looks like something I would drink. See, if you can't see through the beer, I'm interested. If you can't see the other side through the beer, I'm not interested. It's got to have substance. That definitely looks like something I would drink. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I would definitely try that. Definitely. Looks yummy. Whoa, okay, I don't know what kind of language that is. Yeah, that looks good. Okay, I just heard my chart going off. Ah! 2 a.m., look at that. I'm going right back here. So now I'm paying attention. This looks like a spike down. Man, I hate that. So it hit the 1 hour demand zone, which is the blue one, tapped right into it. But again, I'm not gonna predict, I'm gonna react. And if I get an entry, I get an entry. If not, then that's what it is. Then I have to sit on my hands. Things are becoming interesting now. Yeah, it looks like it was just a spike down. Damn it. Well, let's see what happens. Yeah, this blue, I don't know if you can see that on the YouTube stream, but this blue box is a 1 hour demand zone, and it tapped right into it. I would like price to come out of both bands though, in order to take an entry. I mean, I know those bands shift as price goes up, and this might be below the band later on, but like I said, I need more confirmation than that. And then also this could go lower to sweep those lows here too. So I'm just gonna wait and follow the system. I'm not making any predictions here. I did that on Friday and that didn't work out at all. Yeah, but coming back to the double IPA, that looks really yummy. I'm not sure if I can get this here. I have to see. Let's just go back real quick. Store. Let's see. Oh, that's just okay. I'll look into that later. Oh, look at that. Now we're definitely out of both bands. I'm so willing to take an entry here. I'm really tempted to pull the trigger right now. Especially now being in the 5 minute demand zone. And good thing I didn't. They're sweeping the lows. Yep, I broke the low. Okay, I'll just wait for an entry. See, good thing I didn't take an entry. I would have hit my stop loss. It was really tempting though. So now we're waiting to get an entry here. Now, when we have a steep, strong move down like this, I will ignore this bottom indicator. This last indicator before the symbol changer. I will completely ignore this because strong moves like this throw that indicator off and it takes time to catch up. However, all the other indicators are still in play. But because of the strong move and quick move down, I will just ignore this indicator on the bottom here. That's just from experience. All the other ones are still in play though. How much alcohol percentage does it have? Because the German wheat beer is pretty strong too. It has like 11% or something like that alcohol content. So that's a pretty strong beer too. Actually, let me see if we have another. We have another zone down here. Look at that. 2 actually, 3. So it might tap into one of those. Okay. My stop loss down here for now. %, yeah. Like I said, the German wheat beer is pretty strong too. They have 10 to 11% as well. So I'm used to that kind of beer. I can handle 2 of those, but then I'm good. I won't drink more than 2 if I have to drive. If I have 5, I'm drunk. Then I will definitely not drive anymore. But up to 2, I can handle myself easily. But I wouldn't drink more than 2 if I drive. Once I hit 3, 4, I can feel a little tipsy. And after 5, 6, I'm usually flat out drunk. Especially when you're out and about and then your friends come up with, oh, let's do a round of shots. And you have those on top of it. But usually on those nights I try to have a designated driver. Since one of my roommates and I are really best friends, we can always like switch back and forth. One night I'm the designated driver and he drinks, and the other night he's a designated driver and I can drink. So that comes in handy. That's the guy you always hear snoring in the background. He's in Jamaica right now. He's coming back tomorrow. It was nice. My other roommate is on vacation too in Tennessee. She comes back tomorrow too, so I had the apartment pretty much to myself for a whole week. Definitely for the weekend. That was nice. Yeah, so yeah, like I said, if I go out and I have the intention to drink, or I want to drink, or have something to celebrate, then I usually communicate with my roommate, and then he's coming along, driving me home. And the other way around, I drive him home if he wants to go out and party. We're trying to be responsible. Doesn't always work that way, but there's Uber and Lyft too, so. Yeah, I haven't taken an Uber or Lyft for a couple of years now. I think the last time I was in New York. So I don't know what the prices are right now, especially with gas prices going up and everything. They might have upped the prices here a little bit. Okay. So you can see on the chart, we definitely came out of both bands very clearly. I like to see that. We have the gray areas as a confirmation. That's just a visual confirmation. The price actually came out, in case you can't really tell by looking at it. That's all that means. It doesn't mean you have to buy here. So that's definitely our first condition is met now. Like I said, since this was a steep move down, I will ignore the bottom indicator. However, all the other indicators are still in play. So now we just patiently wait for an entry, and then off we go, hopefully. And as we go back up, you're gonna see this big white arrow disappear. Unless I'm wrong and it continues down, then it was actually right, but we'll see. So I did expect that move down, especially with the news. I figured they're gonna swipe the lows here before they turn it around. Let's see. Entry would have been here if we would have taken the trade. Oh, actually entry would have been here because we didn't get the dots until here, so that would have been 10 pips and we would be up 35 pips right now. So it might hit that supply zone here or one of the lower ones. So we have one here and we have one here. And we also have 1 hour here. So let's just see where it goes. But that's also a nice confirmation to have if you take a trade, that it actually bounces off a demand zone here for a long or a supply zone for a short, like here. It was right into the supply zone where we had the entry. This was right when the market opened though, so the spread was way too high, so I did not take that trade. Also was outside of my trading zone. Trading time. So we'll just patiently wait. But now I'm definitely interested. So if I see price coming out like this, then I'm definitely interested into a long trade as soon as we get an entry. My stop loss further down. Oh, what happened? Ah, Jesus. So yeah, and those lines, like I said, this is the position size calculator. So the green line is where your entry would be, and the red line is where you want your stop loss to be. So you just move that wherever you want it to be, and then when you have your entry, you just, in my case, hit Alt Z. You can define that shortcut though, and then it automatically enters the trade, sets the stop loss, and calculates the correct lot size based on your risk percentage and the pips on the stop loss at that point. So it's very handy. You don't even have to think about it. And I'm glad I got this to work for tonight, instead of guessing and having a right around there kind of stop loss, and then calculating everything with the spreadsheet and whatnot. It just automatically does that all for you. And again, going forward, or at least for this week, I'm going to use a 0.5% risk instead of 1%. First of all, it is a very volatile week, hopefully. It's not a bad thing. It's just there's a lot of news coming out, so I'm going to reduce my risk in general a little bit. And then also the fact that this is a new template that, we got support dots. Okay. Also because this is basically a new template that I just threw together over the weekend. And I don't know all those indicators very well yet. And I know a lot of them repaint, so I want to reduce my risk a little bit in that regard too. But like I said, even with 0.5%, if you get a 1 to 4, 1 to 5 on average, you know, you should be good within a week, especially if you get one of those mega trades on Friday. So because of those two reasons, I reduced my risk to 0.5% instead of 1%. Okay, looking good. So now we need to see this turning to green. We need to see a white dot appearing here somewhere. We need to see this turn to green. This is already valid, the RSI. As soon as this shows yellow or green, that's a confirmation. But we have also a trend dot down here that is still red. This needs to turn gray or green. And under normal circumstances, we need to see white or green here. But like I said, this indicator after this move is probably not catching up fast enough. Of course, we have the number 3 here. We have the first support dot here. We need to see the C indicator here, which is either scissors like this or white line, the white dotted line going across. So we need to see that. And then of course we need to see a green arrow showing us that Heikin Ashi changed over. See, now we got the C or not, but you can see it popping up here. So, and then we also need the parabolic SAR to confirm, and then we're good to enter. So I'm gonna put my stop loss right underneath here. Yeah, with this new system, right underneath the dots is fine. So you don't have to leave some extra space, because once you have all the confirmation, price should not come back at all. So it allows you to have a very tight stop loss, which is basically right underneath the low, which I usually don't recommend doing, but I noticed with this template you can actually do it. Like here when we had the entry, even though I didn't take it, price never came back up here. Never showed back, never looked back. Okay, so you can see the C support here, which is white. It's the first line out of many, like the yellow ones up here. They're white on the bottom. So now, Jesus. Now I want to see a white dot here. I want to see this turn to green. This is already valid. I need to see green down here. I need to see gray or green here. And I'm ignoring this one. As soon as we have all confirmation and the candle closes, that's when I will take my trade. And we have an additional confirmation. We actually bounced off that demand zone, so that's a good plus. One or two more candles and we might get an entry. Definitely no entry yet. Once we have all the signals, we still have to wait for candle close. It's very important. And I like that price stays down there and not running away. Yeah, you can see it just for a second, a split second, and switched to scissors, like here. I don't know if you can see that. That's also the C indicator. So it either shows up as scissors or at dotted lines. If it does show up as scissors, then it's valid. As it goes up, it will change into the support line here. Yeah, see, now we got the scissors, so that's just as valid as the lines. It's the same indicator. Now, our, in quotes, RSI, it's not an RSI, but it's very similar, has now flipped to green. That's good. So we're almost there. A couple more candles, hopefully. It would be a shame if price runs away before we get an entry. If it's valid, I'm still going to take it though, even if my stop loss is a little bit bigger. Now there is a, you could also set your stop loss. So let's say we get all our entries, we should have a, what is it, like a salmon colored parabolic SAR underneath the candle. You could also set your stop loss down there. That would be also valid, which gives you like a pip more, pip and a half. You could do that too, but that's, you know, it's kind of risky. I don't know. I like my stop loss to be at the last low. But you could do that, it would be valid. Like here, for example, when we had the entry, instead of going above the support dots, you could go right above that magenta dot. That would still be valid and still wouldn't be hit. So maybe I'll just do that if... Actually, let's try that out. See how that, like I said, this is all new to me as well. So we need a parabolic SAR dot anyway in order to enter. So as soon as that prints, you still have to wait for the candle to close, and I can move the stop loss right underneath the parabolic SAR, and that will be our entry. Let's try this. I'm experimenting with you. It gives us a little bit more trade size. And again, if it is a correct entry, it should not be hit. I really like the price is not going anywhere yet. So I was really afraid it would just take off and then you have a 20-30 pip stop loss. Definitely like to see that. And again, because of this sharp, steep move down, I will ignore the bottom indicator because that indicator gets thrown off by moves like that. It takes it a little while to catch up. And so I will ignore this bottom one for this. If we do get all the other signals, I will ignore the bottom one. Because that's one of the indicators I actually know. And I know moves like that, it takes a while for it to catch up. Jumping around. Actually, I'm just gonna mute my microphone real quick to grab a water. I'll be right back. Just give me 1 second. Whoopsie. Thank you, Foss. Man, I'm like babbling here and explaining away, and thanks for letting me know. Oh my god, I totally forgot to unmute myself. Well, what I was saying for the last 10 minutes. Oh my god, that's embarrassing. Okay, anyway, so let me explain away again. So we have the 15-minute support, and now it just turned into 30-minute support, which is good. The higher time frame, the stronger the support is. We have our scissors, which is equivalent with the support lines here. You can see that here we had scissors here and we had lines here, so it depends. This will probably change as price moves up. You're gonna see the scissors change into support lines, but it's the same indicator, so it counts. So we had our RSI in quotes is already green, so that's good. So now we're waiting on a white dot here. It already appeared but disappeared again. So we need to see that. We need to see the green here and the green down here. And this one needs to switch to gray or green as well. And then our top indicator needs to switch to green as well. And then all we need is a parabolic SAR dot and a Heikin-Ashi arrow. Yes. Thanks for letting me know. I appreciate that. I would have like rambled on for an hour probably before I saw that. I totally forgot to put it back on. I got comfortable here. That's why I had the keyboard up. I explained that when I was still muted. I put my legs up a little bit, and in order to hit the key combination to enter the trade, I have my screen keyboard on, so I can do it via mouse clicks, because I'm leaning like way back right now. The keyboard is like almost a meter away from me, so that way I can still hit the combo to enter the trade. Okay, so now we had the Heikin-Ashi candle switching. That's interesting, and now it goes further down. Again, we have to have all the indicators agree and the candle to close with everything in agreement before we can take a trade. I'm just glad that price is not running away, so we still hopefully get a decent entry, because the smaller the stop loss, the more trade size we can put on. But we're getting there, so just need to get all the confirmations together. Also, I decided, I explained that while I was still muted, I'm gonna leave my stop loss underneath the support dots. I'm kind of not comfortable with putting it right underneath the parabolic SAR, because if it just makes one quick spike back, I'm out. And it definitely should not break the support dots once we have all the confirmation in place. So that's the safest place to have it, right underneath here. So I'm just gonna leave it here. Maybe over time, if I get more comfortable with the system, like I said, this is brand new, and I see that it actually respects the parabolic SAR to that point, then I can move my stop loss right underneath the parabolic SAR in the future, which gives us a little bit more trade size. But for now, I'm just gonna leave it there. And looks we're going further down. Look at that. That's why I don't enter early. Okay. Starting over. So where to now? Yeah, that was one of my biggest problems, by the way, when I was still learning, is jumping the gun and entering trades too early. Kind of like, I got half of the confirmations. Let me just enter here to get a better entry. That's a big mistake. That's why you don't do that, just for reasons like that. So we're going lower. Should have taken that entry up there. mean, we did have the white arrow before here. I don't know. Like I said, I'm still trying to get used to the system. As I have more experience with it, I'm sure I'm gonna come up with some better rules. Whew. Yeah, like I said, that used to be one of my biggest problems, and it cost me a lot of money over time. So now I learned I have to wait until everything is in place, and even then you still can lose trades. So, but it definitely puts the odds more in your favor. So never jump the gun. If you have certain rules you have to follow, also wait for candle close always, and then enter the trade. If you have a solid system in place where you have enough back testing where you can say, okay, this is working, then there should be nothing to worry about. But always wait until you have all your confirmations. Hey, ABS, yeah, I know. But like I said, it's a matter of combination of the indicators. No, we'll see. I do believe that indicator-based trading works if you have the right combination of indicators, and you have a certain set of rules of what needs to happen before you can enter a trade. So it does work. It definitely, like I said, all you need is a little bit of an edge in the market, and then you're good to go. And the system allows you a tight stop loss, so even if you lose a couple of trades in a row, you're still good to go. The best trading system, in my opinion, is smart money concept. I just have to learn a little bit more about it. I'm still not quite comfortable with it. But from what I've seen so far, I think this is the right approach to trading. Which is basically based on price action. Gonna have to rearrange the indicators until tomorrow a little bit. Just noticed. But I can wait until tomorrow. Okay, was that low now? So we have the first support dot here again. So I'm gonna put my stop loss in place. And now we wait. And that can still change. Like I said, you saw it here. But for now, it's underneath the support dot that we have for now. Just checking out a few things here while I'm waiting. Still, like I said, I have to write down the rules for the system. I have them in my head, kind of, but I still have to write them down. I'm just trying to come up with something that makes sense. Okay. So it's possibly we get an entry here. Maybe I do have to take those white arrows at face value, because I know this white arrow down showed up around here first again. And then sure enough, we did get an entry here. I don't know. Like I said, I'm still putting this all together in my head. I'd rather play it safe than losing another trade, so. What I do know though from backtesting is if you come out that far from the band, even though it's still red, and we get all the confirmation that it's still an entry. I can go back a little bit and show you that, if you don't mind the scrolling. Just have to find the spot. Yeah, here for example, we came way out of the band. The band was still red at that point, and the white arrow didn't come in until here. But right before we had an entry, and this actually did work out. So, like I said, if price comes out that far, where we can see a couple of candles completely closing outside of both bands, then it's definitely a possibility. Okay, so we have the C indicator printing again. We have the white dot. We have green, green, gray. Okay, so I might take a parabolic SAR entry here. And again, the bottom indicator I have to ignore because of those big candles, and that's quick move down. Because this indicator is, as far as I know, is calculated on average candles. And we can see all the candles before were really, really small. So if you have those big moves, it totally throws off that indicator. So in this case, I have to ignore that. I know that from experience. However, I want to have all the other indicators in place before I take a trade. Going back and forth on the indicators here. We did print a little demand zone here though on the 5 minute now. So that's good. And we're still in that 15-minute demand zone. Yeah, demand zone. And you can see on those indicators there's a lot of repainting in quotes going on here. However, if they all agree on candle close, then it's a valid entry. You can still lose the trade, nothing is guaranteed, but it definitely puts the odds in your favor, and that's all we need. And again, all you need is one good trade a day. This would have been a good trade. Oh well. Next time I will definitely not ignore that white arrow again. Because I know the first time it printed was right around this area here. So when that prints, it would make it valid to take a short. I know that for the future. Then we would have had the entry right here, stop loss above the dots here, 12.5 and 50 pips down, so that's over 1 to 4. Oh, parabolics are, look at that. So I can move my stop loss underneath here. So it's just a matter of time, matter of those catching up. Okay, so we got the parabolics are. Oh, we need the Heikin-Ashi arrow. We don't have that yet. Okay, for that we have to wait. There's no way around it. Yeah, and this needs to turn green too. And again, the bottom indicator, I will ignore that one because of the move that we just had. It throws the indicator off. I know that from experience. You can count on it. But since the parabolics are moves up with price, if you get the entry on the next candle, the parabolics are is probably a little bit higher, which would allow us to move our stop loss higher too. So, because this is a huge candle. Okay, we got green, 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 green dot. No green here yet, and no Heikin-Ashi arrow, so still gotta wait. And then we still have to wait for candle close, unfortunately. It's just tapped in the supply zone here, so definitely not liking this either. Aha! It would have been an entry. Damn it! The Heikin-Ashi candle printed right when the candle closed. So this would have been an entry. Man. Like I said, I'm getting used to this system still. I apologize, but it is what it is. And this flipped to green too, right at the candle close. So this would have been an entry. Well, let's see if it pulls back a little. Maybe. So my stop loss is now underneath that dot from the parabolics are. Let's see if we get a this. Okay, I'm gonna take it. That's a huge stop loss, but there's nothing I can do. And now it comes back to the entry. Haha. Very funny. Okay, yeah, so we have everything in place. We got the white dot. We got green up here. We got green, green, green all around. We have the bottom indicator on green. And like I said, this one is thrown off by that move down. So I'm just excluding that one from this entry. Everything else lined up, so we should be good. We'll find out. It's not the ideal entry, but you deal with the cards you dealt. Okay, I apologize, but I have to close Telegram. It's acting up for some reason. So I only have the YouTube chat open right now. I can hide those lines now because we don't need them anymore, so you can see my entry here and my stop loss. That's kind of what I was afraid of, that we get this huge candle right at entry. And I learned now that the Heikin-Ashi arrow can print on the same candle when it closes, so that's good to know. So that will probably be the advantage of actually having the Heikin-Ashi candle on the chart, because you would see it right away. Maybe I'll switch that. Actually, let me do this. Let me eliminate that Heikin-Ashi indicator and then put Heikin-Ashi candles on there. Screw it. Let's see what. There we go. Okay. And then of course we need to switch that. So now you can actually see it right away as the candle closes. It's probably the better way to go. Then I could have taken the entry right here. So we're losing out on close to 3 pips. And this didn't show green until candle close either, so I did not know that about this indicator. It's a newer one that I use, so gotta pay attention to that next time as well. Oh look, and now we have the arrow up again. Ha ha ha. Very funny. Let's hope this is the move of the day. Yeah, those few pips don't really make a difference, so I'm gonna put my stop loss underneath the support. Yeah, like so. I just feel more comfortable with that. Especially because London is opening now, so. It looks like London is running with it. So let's see where that goes. Yeah, unfortunately with that big stop loss, I only have, what is that, like, move this up a little. 1.09 lot on it. That's unfortunate. I would have liked to have half the stop loss, but it's nothing I can do. So the Heiken Ashley candles, you can see blue is bullish and gray is bearish. So as long as those stay blue, I don't have to worry about anything. And even if they do switch color, I still have to have all the confirmations down here that we're going down again. And as long as I don't have that, I'm gonna stay in that trade. And since I only risk 0.5%, if price does pull back and gives us a better entry down here, I might add a second 0.5% risk trade down there. If everything else is in place, of course. On this, I would not move it to break even until we hit the band on the other side, at least. So with the old system, there was a second higher time frame band on the chart, but I'm not using that anymore because that's the one that kept me out of the trade on Friday. So instead, I would say once you hit the solid band on the other side, you can definitely move to break even. Or if the parabolic SAR goes above your entry, you can definitely move it to break even at that point as well. So you see the parabolic SAR that prints underneath the candles. Once the dots go up, and then past your entry point, then you could definitely move it to break even. I definitely wouldn't do it before it because, as we all know, price doesn't always go straight. It might go up a little bit, then come down again, and then move further up. So you don't want to get stopped out because you set your stop loss to break even too early. This was a valid entry. We had all the confirmations. So I'm confident with my stop loss. I'm leaving it. I risked 0.5%. So if I lose the trade, then that's what I'm gonna lose. You know, that's what I take into consideration when opening a trade. So if it makes sense, I will move my stop loss to break even. And sense for me would be either hitting the other side of the band or having the parabolics are above my entry price. Then I would be willing to move my stop loss. I'm gonna repeat that again. I'm not sure if you guys heard me, but my Telegram channel is closed for now because my app was acting up, so I closed it. So I only have the YouTube channel, the YouTube chat open right now, just in case. I'm gonna minimize that down here again. We actually have the trade profit or loss right here in this indicator built in, so we don't need the bottom ones. Gives me a little bit more space on the charts. Yeah, I'm gonna leave the Heikin-Ashi candles on there because this would have been visually, I could have seen that before the candle even closed, and then I could have taken it right here, which was 2.5 pips lower. Oh well. Plus it declutters the charts a little bit. We don't have the green arrow everywhere. If you zoom one out, it looks a lot cleaner. Yeah, and like I said, price can still pull back a little bit and then continue higher. So I don't want to risk putting my stop loss to break even now, for example, because this could easily happen, especially with a strong move up like this. They usually bring it back a little bit and then continue higher. So you don't want to do that too early. Now, once we break the upside of that band, once when price spikes out of here, I would be willing to put my stop loss to break even. Or again, if we have the, maybe not the parabolic star. Yeah, I would say once you hit the other side of this band here, that's when you can set it to break even. You don't want to do it too early, like I said. That's you cutting yourself out of good trades that way. Ideally, you want to just leave it in place and just wait, because we did have a valid entry, everything lined up here. We had all the indicators agreeing right here. So it was a valid trade entry. So we can wait for a reversed entry signal before we close the trade. And until then, we shouldn't need to move that stop loss. It should not be hit at this point. And we all know for price to turn around, it needs to come out of the band on both sides, on the other side. That's why I said once we see price coming out here, you could set it to break even, but then you're probably close to a turnaround point anyway. And at that point, you can just wait for that to happen. But until we have reached the other side, I would not move it. See, now it's pulling back a little bit. And it might pull back quite a bit. It could come as far as this area here. However, if it does that and we get a better entry, I'm going to add a positioning and increase my risk to 1% if I get a better entry down there. because this was a valid entry. It's just it just needs to go the other way now, and it still hasn't. So if it comes back and we get another entry that is lower than this, it might add another 0.5% risk to this trade. Matter of fact, let me just put my lines in place again. And let's set it right where my other stop losses. There you go. Just in case. Because that was a really shitty entry. Yeah, my way of thinking is, since we had a completely valid entry down here, and everything agreed except, like I said, the bottom one, but in this case we can rule that one out. And you're gonna see as price goes up, this is gonna show us a flip right where the entry point is later on as price goes up. But yeah, other than that, it was a completely valid entry. So it should not hit our stop loss before we get a reversed entry signal, which usually happens on the other side of the band. So our stop loss should be perfectly fine down there. I'm not even worried about it. Yeah, on the contrary, like I said, I'm gonna leave my stop loss down here, and if they do bring it back and we get a better entry down here somewhere, I'm gonna add another 0.5% to it. Now we have the confirmation that we're going up again. So let's see what happens. And like I said, take a mental picture of where this indicator is right now, the bottom one. And then later on, as price moves up, hopefully, we take a look at it again, and you're gonna see that it's gonna show a perfect crossover here at this point somewhere. Because with that move down, it takes the indicator a while to catch up. If price approaches slowly, like here, it's perfectly fine. Like here. But if it comes down too fast or up too fast, then it just can't keep up. So whenever you see a steep move, quick move, like this, just ignore the bottom indicator. Everything else is lined up right here. Everything was there. Also, I would never take an entry within the solid band. So this was right on the border, so I can overlook that. But let's say your entry candle comes up to here, then I would wait for a candle to come back out and then possibly get an entry outside of the band. Never take an entry if it's inside that solid band. Yeah, my entry in this case, yes, because I kind of missed my entry here and I was like, okay, 2 pips. But technically my entry would have been here on this candle. And this was literally right on the outskirts of the band, so I can't overlook that. And the only reason why I got it late is because I missed that entry. However, like I said, if they bring it back and give me a better entry, then I'm definitely willing to take that. Or in this case, see, price actually did touch the band again. So, but yeah, like I said, in general, if the entry is within the band, then wait until a candle comes at least like this back to the outside of it, and you can grab it here, which gives you a little bit better of an entry, which would have worked out in this case. Yeah, and you can see that you could have easily grabbed it, because you could say, okay, this is in the band, and then let me see if price comes back, and it literally did almost on the pip, like a little bit outside of the band, and you could just grab it here then, which definitely gives you a better entry. Still not ideal, but it is what it is. Like I said, this is all new to me as well, so I'm trying to. I have it like kinda in my head, but I just have to write it out. Once I get familiar with everything and see how it works, then I can sit down and write out the rules. Yeah, but I saw that over and over again. When there's an entry in the band, usually price at least comes back to the outside of the band again, like here, and then you can always grab it there. Not always, but I would say 90% of the times. And then if it does not, then you just write it off and say, okay, bad entry, just too much can take it. But in this case, you can see it would have worked out. Waiting for it to come outside of the band and grabbing it right here. You would have no drawdown whatsoever. I was just pissed that I missed that entry here, to be honest. And like I said, if it's like literally like half a pip in the band, I would take that entry anyway. It doesn't matter. But if it's like where it is right now and the entry would have been there, then I would have waited. I'm not perfect. Yeah, and I noticed at the end of a trend, we usually have candles come out like they did here, like full body close underneath both bands. That's usually what happens at the trend change. That's a good indication. So if I go back to where this move started, you can see the same thing happening on the other side, which was Friday. You can see price came way out of both bands with full candle closes outside of the band. So that's a good indication that we're going the other way. Let me see here, same here. So we get the white arrow here, and then price comes all the way out here, and then we finally get an entry to somewhere around here. Same here, price comes way out of both bands and then goes up. That's why I said, even if you don't have an arrow yet, if price comes out that far, you can take the trade anytime. Same here. Look how far I came out here. You can easily take that all the way up to here. This was an exception. But here as well, see how far price comes out. And then once you get your entry, you can take it and off you go. Okay, so they do bring it back. If it doesn't hit my stop and we get a turnaround before that, before my stop loss, I will add another position. Yeah, if I would have moved my stop loss at any time. All right, Foss. You have a good night, good day, in your case, and I will see you probably tomorrow night. Have a good one. I'm gonna excuse myself for a minute. I have to go to the bathroom. I promise I will not forget to unmute myself this time. I'll be back in a couple minutes. Alrighty, I'm back and I'm unmuted as promised. So again, the game plan now is to see if we come down here and get another entry signal that is higher than my stop loss but lower than my entry, then I would add another 0.5% to it. Or if it comes down and hit my stop loss, then I would have to wait for another entry in. And the fact that I reduced my risk to 0.5%, you can see this here, it's a 0.5% risk. I have no problem taking another 0.5% if I get a better entry and a valid entry signal. It might still come lower, so now the bottom indicator has caught up. We're now white. Which that would be valid for an entry, or green, obviously, for long entry. And if price indeed does move up now, then you're gonna see this going back all the way to here. It's gonna repaint basically all the way to here. This indicator is just not made for moves like that. It just can't handle it, especially if all the candles before are really low, small, then it just can't keep up with the calculations. All the other ones are usually, there's no, how do I say that? Well, I guess repainting, going backwards. I mean, they show up, they disappear, they show up, they disappear, but once they're in place and you have a valid entry, they stay exactly like that. And that's why I said before, when I see a move like this, I completely ignore the bottom indicator and just go by the rest of them. If it's a small approach, like here, it perfectly lines up, which the entry would have been here. Then it works, but if you have a move like this, compared to the small candles before, it just doesn't work. Looks like we're not getting another entry here. So we gotta live with that shitty entry, but it is what it is. Next time you have a short move from the entry, I'm gonna wait and see if it closes outside the band again, which it did here. Then I'm just gonna enter on the close of the candle outside, which definitely gives me a better entry. 6.5 pips difference. I'm just glad I got my position size calculator to work. That makes life so much easier. And in case you haven't heard the Friday stream, this indicator is free, by the way. You can download it for free. It's called Position Size Calculator. It's very easy to install and very easy to handle. It has a little bit of learning curve, but once you got it, it's super easy. Takes all the guesswork out of it. Automatically calculates your trading size based on your stop loss and your percentage of risk that you put in. And then whenever you enter and you have a stop loss line in place, at that moment it will calculate the pips and then automatically calculate the trade size that you put on. So you don't have to even think about that at all. It's very handy. And once you're in a trade, there's a button, hide lines. You can just click that and it takes the lines off. And you see the actual stop loss and entry right here. And this is exactly 0.5% risk on my account. Super handy. Yeah, the more exact your calculation of stop loss and percentage risk is, the better it is. Even if you're just off by a few pips and just guess and okay, I'm just gonna, this is more than 15 pips, so I'm gonna only use one lot. This is less than 15 pips, so I'm gonna use 1.5. This is less than 10, I'm gonna use 2. So instead of doing that kind of thing, this is the way to go for sure, because then you're very consistent with your risk and it will help you with building the account over time. Even if your win rate is not as great, the more exact that calculation is, the better it is. And like I said, this tool takes it completely off of your shoulders. All you have to do is place your stop loss line, put in your percentage risk, and the moment you hit the enter button and open the trade, it calculates the trade size automatically for you at that moment, in that second. So you always end up with exactly the percentage risk that you want on the trade. Definitely recommend it. Whew. Yeah, next time we get an entry in the band, I'm not gonna take the entry, but if it's valid and price does come out again like it did here, I will grab it here instead. I saw that on the back testing too a few times. As long as we have a valid entry signal, we can do that. Let me see if I can find an example. I saw one today somewhere. Yeah, here actually. The actual signal came on this candle here, and you can see it closed way inside of both bands, because that's where we got the dot, which was the last confirmation for entry. So if we would have not taken the trade here, you can see how it closed outside of the band again here. So you could have grabbed it here, stop loss goes still above here, and it did go a little bit against us, almost hit the stop, but it did take off at that point. But this entry is a 13 pip stop loss, and this entry is a 25 pip stop loss, so that's almost twice the size of a stop loss. So, and this happens all the time where you have an entry in the candle, in the band, and then it comes out again. Let's see if I can find another one. No, actually here, yeah, same thing. So we had a we had an entry here, and you can see that it's inside of both bands. So if you do not take the entry here, you can see 2 candles later it closes outside again. So you could have taken it here and set your stop loss underneath it, and then off it goes. So this happens quite often. I mean, like I said, if it's right on the verge of the band, that's fine. You know, there's not much difference at that point. But if it's like way in there, just wait until it comes out again, grab it there. As long as it was a valid entry, you can do that. No, here we go. Checking my stop loss line. Yep, still where it needs to be. the way. In this case, however, the parabolics are switched over, so we would have to wait for that at least to flip back over. Like on the example that I showed you. Let me show you that again. No. Here. Was it here? No. Trying to find it again. Sorry. Yeah, here. So here was the entry, but it was in the band. And then as price comes out, we still have the parabolic SAR underneath, which in this case right now we don't have. So it actually flipped over. So we cannot take the trade here. So we would have to wait for it to flip back, but maybe we get a better entry here. Then I would add another 0.5% risk. Because again, this was just 0.5%. But I have to wait until I have all the entry signals again, because we had the indicators flip. So maybe we can add another 0.5% here with a way better entry. So just to show you, if I show the lines, my stop loss line is right here where my other stop loss is. So it is where I want it to be. That's all I need to take care of. And I don't have to have the lines in the chart, but you can see where the stop loss is if I open up a second position. So now it's just a matter of time of waiting if you get a turnaround signal or if it hits my stop. If it hits my stop, then that's bad. But if it doesn't and we get a nicer entry here, then I will definitely add another 0.5% to it. If we do get a better entry, that is. I'm about to find out. Yeah, but if it comes right back out and we still have the parabolic SAR underneath the candles, then you could wait for that to happen. Or in this case, you get lucky and the price comes back again. That's better, of course. Yeah, I have to wait for confirmation again, so cannot take the entry yet. So I'm just trying to explain my thought process behind it. Curious to see what happens now. It is within a 5-minute order block right now. You can see this here, this square here is a 5-minute demand zone. So we'll see what happens, if it holds or not. If it doesn't, it will hit my stop loss. If it does hold, then we will get another entry, hopefully below this one, and I can add 0.5% with a better entry. Good thing I'll only risk 0.5%. Which I'm probably going to continue through the week with all the news this week. Every day we have high impact news on pound and or US dollar, so I'm gonna play it safe. Yeah, okay, it's gonna hit my stop loss. Great. Yep. There it goes. Hit my stop. Yeah, good thing I only risked 0.5%. Okay, so that means I have to adjust my stop loss again. Just gonna put it here for now. I'm gonna adjust it as soon as we get the support dots. Yeah, but that's how easy it is. Like I said, you just put your stop loss line wherever you want your stop loss to be, and the tool automatically figures out if you go long or short depending on where your stop loss is in relation to price. So if your stop loss is underneath price, it will enter long. If your stop loss is above price, it will enter short automatically. It's not that hard. And then wherever price is at that point, it will calculate the distance and takes your percentage risk into consideration, and then calculates your trade size. It's really handy. So maybe that bottom indicator is not wrong after all. Let's just see what happens if we get another entry. Oops. So yeah, let's just include the bottom indicator. Maybe it is good for something after all. So in this case, we would have to wait until it's either white or green. Both would be valid, kind of like here. It was white in between and then switch to green at the time we take the entry. So, okay, so now we have a support dot here, which was just broken again, so still have to wait. I wonder if it's gonna target that 1 hour demand zone down here. That actually could be. We'll see what happens. Yeah, also if you use the support dots, it helps you to be more disciplined to actually wait for them. Meaning, if you have everything confirmed but you do not have a support dot, then where do you put your stop loss? You can't. So you would have to wait one more candle, and like here, and then pop it up. And the green, I guess, support fractals, they're just an indication that this could be a support, but it's not confirmed. It is confirmed once we get the round dots. So you can't go by that alone. Kind of like here, we had the fractal showing up first, and then we got the support dots printing, and then here would have been your entry. But that was outside the trading time. That's why the entry would have been in the band. Push this down to here for now. Looks like this is still going down for a while. Hey, I'm in the negative now. $38 in the negative. That's not good. With the challenge, as long as you have a plus at the end of the challenge and you didn't violate any of the other trading rules, you are actually allowed to retake the challenge. So as long as I hit positive at the end, I should be okay. I'm hoping that I'm gonna pass, of course. I still got 3 weeks to go, so. And like I said, if you catch a trade like we had on Friday here and this moved down, this was a 10 pip stop loss and a 200 pip winner. So even with a 0.5%, that's your 10% right there. One trade and you're done. So we only need to catch 1 or 2 of those and we're good. Adjust something here. I'm gonna remove that white arrow because and bring the other one back. Now I forgot the name of it. Oh, okay. There we go. Are they on now? Yes, okay. Oh, they're small, okay. Let me make them bigger. And we do not need an alert. Yes. What's up, lady? No. And all the news again. Oh, that's it for the day. Okay. So yeah, tomorrow we also have high impact news right around 2 on the British pound. So let's see how that goes. definitely closed outside of both bands clearly. So this time, like I said, I'm gonna take that bottom indicator into consideration and only take a trade if it switches to white or green. Because if we would have done that here, then that was not a valid entry. So let's just do that. See if that works. Like I said, this is something I put together this weekend, so I'm still figuring it out a little bit as we go. The main point I did this, like I said, was because with this template we would have caught that trade here on Friday with 10 pip stop loss and 200 pip profit. So I changed my template to possibly give us a chance to catch that next time. Right, lady? What are you looking at? What are you looking at? Oh no. Cat sits underneath my desk and gives me this stink eye. Yeah, like I said, and I will adjust my stop loss line as soon as we get support dots. And the max max I can be online today is 7 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, because I have to pick up my roommate from the airport tomorrow and I need some sleep in between. So 7 is the latest I can stay here. Looks like we get a Hikanashi reversal candle forming here. That's a candle that has a very tiny body and wicks to both sides, kind of like a doji on a regular candle. That's kind of what's forming here right now. That's usually, that could be an indication that we turn around. Not necessarily, but You can see here, right before we turned blue, we had one of those dojis. And then right before we turn around, we had a doji here. So with Heikin-Ashi candles, that tends to be a thing where you have those dojis right before the turnaround point. No, now it's going down again. Never mind. Jesus. There's a link on the chart, and sometimes I click on it. It takes me to one of the indicators website. Just down again. Okay, now we have support dots again. You can see the two green ones here. Unless it continues down, then yep, already broken again. So no point to adjust the stop loss yet. Just gonna move it further down. How did those news actually play out? I didn't even look. Refresh that. Okay, let me see. Okay, that was good. That was good too. That was good. And that was good. That's weird. Like literally all the news, the high impact news on the pound were actually positive for the pound. Higher than expectations, all three of them. So we definitely want to wait for a long entry here. Definitely shows you that you cannot just trade on news. Like, ooh, good results, all three, let me buy the pound, and then you see what happens. However, this might just be the last push before they actually start going up. I mean, it had a substantial down move now. If you look here, this was a huge move down, and with the good news on the pound, you know, at some point I expect it to turn around. It's not a given, but it would make sense. Yeah, let's just see if we get an entry. Yeah, but like I said before, now I'm gonna wait for this bottom indicator to catch up as well. Ugh. Yeah, it looks like they're going for the high time frame order block here. So this area could be our turnaround area here. Just move it down here for now. I'm have to watch this video later. I think, I'm not quite sure, but I think when we had the support dots printing here, we did not have the green fractals printing before that. Not sure. I'm gonna look back tomorrow. That's also a good thing. If you record your trading sessions, you actually can go back and watch it again and see if there's something you noticed later on. But I think we did not have the green fractals printing here. So, like I said, I have to go back and look. I'll definitely let you know tomorrow night. Yeah, so price just took out this demand zone here. So you're gonna see this disappear at some point. I think this is a 15-minute demand zone, so latest another 10 minutes and you're gonna see it disappear. Could that possibly be it? So down here we have the white dot and we have the, in quotes, RSI, but it's not an RSI, but similar, also turn green. This is gray, which is acceptable. Now we have those two to turn green. This has to turn green and this has to turn white. And then of course we need the parabolic star underneath. And we do have a blue Heikin-Nash candle already, so that's another confirmation. It's not quite there yet, but we also need support dots there, which we don't have yet. Now let's switch to green. Green. But this is still red. Yeah, I'm definitely not gonna take a trade until the bottom indicator is at least white as well. Not this time around. Okay, so we got a support dot, so the stop loss is at the perfect position. We also took out the 15-minute demand zone here. As I said, it disappeared now after a couple of candles. There was a 1 hour support, 1 hour demand zone as well, which will disappear a little bit later because, again, an hour has to pass. This is way below zero. This might take a while to catch up. So, but I'm gonna wait it out this time. Parabolic solver. And this has not caught up yet. Yeah, this could turn green when the candle closes. Learned that the hard way. We do have the dot, we do have those three in green. This is in gray, which is acceptable. Just the bottom one. So I might just go up to this supply zone and then continue down. That's my guess. Because the bottom indicator is still red. However, if this stays red or turned white right around here, and we get a reverse entry signal after hitting the supply zone here, I might take a short. And then we could make it down to this demand zone, which looks like a 4-hour one because it's bigger. Yeah, I can't take the trade here because this is still red, and I'm not going to do it this time. However, like I said, if it stays red, that means this is not a valid entry, it's just a pullback. Yeah, it's still red. But if we do go up and hit that supply zone here and then get a signal going the other way, I might just take that trade. I mean, last time that was about 35, 36 pips with 19 pip stop, so it's great, but can't take that trade. Like I said, this is still red, so no trade. However, as long as this does not turn green when we hit that zone, I might take a short here. Which on that last move, our entry would have been right on this candle. Stop loss above the parabolic czar, and then off we go for 37 pips. Not a great risk reward ratio, but it's still better than nothing. Let's see what happens here. Maybe the bottom one catches up. Maybe it's gonna make another push down here, and then we get this in white. Whew. Yeah, they say the market usually moves in 3 pushes. We had 2 so far, so there might be a third one coming. So we had a first push down here, retracement, second push, and then hopefully a third one if you don't get an entry. Or price stays down here and plays around here for a little bit for this to catch up and then give us a valid signal. Yeah, this is way over 1, which is pretty high. So it means there's a lot of bearish pressure still in the market. It turns white at 0.3, so it has a long way to go to turn white. That means if it does go up here, then I'm considering taking a short. So for a short, I want to see price come into this area here at least. And then of course we need all the indicators giving us a turnaround point here. So we need parabolic SAR, we need the white dot, and all of those. And as long as this is red or white, it's valid. So might just take another short down. Yeah, everything was valid on that candle except the last one here. I don't know if you can hear it on the stream, but that little ning sound, that is the sound when price touches that dotted band outside of the band. It's just a alert. You can also have a pop-up with that, but you can see it happens quite often, so you would have pop-up after pop-up. So I disable the pop-up. I just have the alert sound on for this one. And I also noticed, like, for example, up here we had all the indicators agreeing, even the bottom one. However, it shot actually higher and then went down. And I noticed that when it happens, it's usually, if you have a valid entry, the white dot is right on the previous candle, which in this case, you can see it was several candles back here, so it was not a valid entry. However, when it did push up, and then we got our entry here, you can see how the white dot was right on the previous candle. And now, technically, we have the same thing happening here. We have one candle in between the white dot and the supposedly entry candle. So maybe this is also something I need to take into consideration. I would have to backtest that. But it seems to happen that if you have a valid entry, you literally have the support dot right before the entry candle. Like in this case here. This was the entry candle, and you can see down here that the white dot came right on the previous candle. In comparison to this one, where you had the entry candle here, But you can see how far back the white dot was actually. It was several candles back. And well, on this one we had it right before, but the bottom indicator did not show that we're ready for an entry. Gotta keep an eye on that. This could be a rule to filter out wrong entries. Let me go back real quick and see. Entry candle was here. Okay, this was 2 candles away. Let me see this one. Entry candle was this one. Yeah, was right before. And on this one, right before. Right before. Also right before. See here. Okay, here was 3 candles back. See here. 1 before. See here. 2 before. Here it was further away. Huh. But that was not a valid entry anyway. Let's see in this one. 2. 1. 1, 2. Yeah, guess you can't go by that. One of this. Any way to avoid that? I have to look into that tomorrow. Yeah, it's still over 1. I have to rewatch that recording tomorrow. And then I guess you can rely on this indicator, because after this, I remember it went green again, came back into white right around this area here again, which now it painted backwards, but I remember it was white like this and then went up in the green again and then turned white again here, which is basically a requirement that we need to have a candle close outside. This did not close outside, this just pierced it. So definitely has to close outside. And then this would have been a valid entry right at this point. $11.78. Wow. Definitely have to take that into consideration. Yeah, and here we don't have the fractals like we had here and here. We don't have them right now. And it would coincide with the bottom indicator saying we're not done. And even if you would have taken this trade and got stopped out, and you're down 0.5%, but then you take the next one, which is valid. Sorry, the entry would have been here with 12 pips, and this was as low as 77 pips, and it's still going. So you would have made up for that little loss here tenfold. Well, not tenfold, but and apparently it's still going. So let me get the calculator. So 77 divided by 12 stop loss, that would have been 6.5 times your risk. So that would have easily made up for that one loss here. But yeah, so general rule is it has to actually close outside, which this did not. I remember that. It just pierced it for a second. So that would make that trade invalid, and you could avoid that loss. And then take this one, which actually closed outside. Okay, next time I know. Because I know this one agreed at that point as well. It was just turning white again after the green. So yeah, I would have made that a valid entry. Hey. I'm gonna try to write out those rules tomorrow so I have them in writing in front of me. So this indicator definitely has its place. Now I know. And then it would still be in the trade because everything is still red. So even through this pullback and this pullback, he would still hold on to the trade. Because at the time of this entry, this was still red, so it was not a valid exit signal. And on this one, it was still red as well, so no exit here. And it's probably going to continue a little bit lower. Or it's going to play around until it catches up and then give us a valid entry signal. That could be too. Not necessarily going lower, but maybe just staying in that area. I hope that makes sense. I'm just rambling. Try to put all the pieces together in my head. Tomorrow I'm gonna write that all out and then have it in front of me for next time. Yeah, to close outside both bands is something like this. It closed down here and it was way out of both bands. That didn't happen here. It did happen here though. So which makes that invalid, and it was a loss obviously, and would make this valid, which would be a trade we would still hold. Because the exit on that strategy would be the reversed entry. And even if it looks like an entry, as long as the bottom indicator is red at that point, it's not valid. So even if it pulls back a little bit, knowing that this was still red at the entry gives you confidence to stay in it, even if when it pulls back like that, and then you can keep following it down. And probably gonna break those support dots again. Yep. Already did. So this indicator is reliable. So I guess we're going for this one here. Yeah, you could still hold that trade. All you have to do is once you're in the trade from here and this turns red, you just wait for this one to turn white again before you do anything. Kind of like what we had on Friday. After entering this trade here and moving down and this turning red, all you have to do is keep an eye on this one on the bottom. As long as this is red, you're not doing anything. So you had your entry here. And then, like I said, as it goes down, this turn red. Just paint it back a little bit so it was white when it happened right here. And then push back a little bit as price moved down. But then you hold that trade and you see it never turns white until right here. And here's where it hit the band, I remember that. So you could have exited your trade here and you're done. It would have allowed you to catch that whole move down. Yeah, we're still well above a full point here. Now it starts turning white when this hits minus 0.3. So we're still far away from that, which means we still got room to go. So my guess is that we're gonna go into this area before we even see a possible turnaround. I'm not sure. I'm still gonna be at the chart, but if I do get an entry before 7, I take it and then go to bed. And then hopefully by the time I wake up, we're in a good position to take profit. Yeah, so according to this indicator, we still got plenty of room to go. Oh, now it jumped down to 1.1. Let's see what happens here. I still think we're gonna touch this zone here. Actually, I want to check something real quick. There was one indicator where I was curious. Let me see that. No, I think that's the one. know it's gonna look messy, but just curious to see what this looks like. Okay. So we are in a buy zone. Interesting. I'm gonna leave this up because I'm curious to see how this plays out. It's an indicator I found during over the weekend when I was putting the system together, and I didn't put it on the chart because it makes it even more messy. But it's supposed to be an auto fib zone, buy and sell zone indicator. Just want to see how it works. So I apologize for even more mess on the chart. According to that, we are in a buy zone now. Just want to see if that repaints or not. Where was the... So we open up right here. Okay. Huh. Yeah, like I said, I'm just gonna leave it on the chart for now because I'm curious to see if it actually repaints. Here to see where the zone is at the moment to make sure that it repaints if it does. Okay. That's just me being curious. Yeah, it seems like price is slowing down in this area. At minus 1.1 now. So this is slowly going down, or up in that case as well. See how good this indicator is. Should have had that on the chart when we started. Maybe I'll do that tomorrow, leave it on the chart and just see what happens. Because I want to see if it repaints or not. If it was in that position as we entered our trading zone, then and it was down there, then we know we still have to move down there. Yeah, I gotta see tomorrow what happens with that. For now, I have two lines on the chart where the zone begins and where it ends, so I can see if it moves down and we start seeing the line above, then I know it repaints. Like I said, I'm just curious to see how that works, what this indicator works. It's based on Fibonacci. I wonder if it's multi-time frame. Give me a second. Oh yeah, it is. What if I set it today? Let's see what that looks like. Oh, once you look at that. That was the, well, I'll be damned. And it did go all the way down here. Huh. Alright, let me go back to 4 hours. I am going to play with this indicator over the next couple of days just to see if there's possibly a way to include that. Let's set back to 4 hours now. Oh, where are the lines? Okay, they're still there. Yeah, but when I switch this indicator to daily time frame, it literally showed the sell zone right where that move started up here, and the buy zone was where we are now on a daily time frame. That's interesting. Oops, that's too much. There you go. We're down to 1, -1. So far it hasn't shifted. We still have our lines in place here. So they're hidden behind the indicator lines right now. Well, I would be damned if we really turn around here now. Sorry, Lily. Okay, on the 9, on the 1 now. Looks like we're getting closer. Yep. So now we have support dots printing. So where's my stop loss? Oh, down here. Just in case. Like I said, minus 0.3 is when this indicator turns white, which would be a confirmation at that point. Let's see how that works out. And I would be damned if it hit that indicator on the pip on the bottom. I don't know, but still have to see if it repaints or not. Oh, this is actually a fractal. Yes, it is. Oh, I gotta zoom in. Can't really see it. Actually, I gotta change the color real quick from one of the indicators. Let's make this both red. There's a misunderstanding. Oh, okay, this is a support dot. It's not a fractal. Okay. So this is a 15-minute support dot. That's 0.9. We did get our buy dot here. This light blue dot. We had this here too, and here. So it's not very reliable. Yeah, those print here too. Yeah, I think I'm gonna remove that indicator because it's definitely repainting. It makes it useless. The less the better. $70, 75-ish. Still not there. And we had our dot coming in way early. Huh. if it keeps going the way that it loses 0.1 every candle, it would still be about 45 minutes before we have an entry. So we did definitely close outside of the band. In this case. Now it's down to 0.7. That's about 0.1 per candle, so 4 more candles, 20 minutes before it is in the 0.3 range, which where we want it to be. So we might actually get a valid entry this time here. And the zone does shift down, apparently. Here's the line that I put on top of that zone. And now it moved down a little bit. So it does repaint. Okay. I'm gonna leave it on anyway. Point 6. We're getting there. Yep, this might actually be the real entry this time. It's about time. Next time I know, I would have caught this too. Yeah, if you don't use the arrows and if you don't use... I'm just gonna turn this back to a neutral color because that's useless in that case. It's just gonna irritate, so I'll change the solid band color back to neutral color so it doesn't change color, because that's misleading. Unfortunately, it's not usable. However, we can still use the band as when this dotted band comes out of the solid band on the bottom, we're looking for buy, and if it comes out of the solid band on the top, we're looking for sell. kind of like it here. It came out, it was a sell, and then here it came out and was a buy, and here it came out and was a sell. Now it came out again, so it's a buy again. Just have to wait for that indicator to catch up and then give us a valid signal, and then off we go. I guess that's the right way to handle this band. You can't rely on the colors, which is the reason why I stayed out of this trade. So if it would have just been neutral color without any arrow, then this would have clearly been an entry. And this was clearly not an entry because we did not close outside. Here we clearly did close outside. So I remember that this candle was definitely outside of the band, even when it was still pointing up. And here we did close outside. Okay, now we have the 30-minute support dot printing. That's the white one. .65 now. Yeah, this could be it. Yeah, by the way, I'm not sure if you can see that on your screen, but as price moves up and down towards my stop loss and away from it, you can see the calculated lot size changing constantly based on my 0.5% risk. So this works really well. Yeah, and when I change that auto flip zone indicator, the red and blue here, to daily, this was also a buy zone. So there's another confirmation from a higher time frame. Let's see what happens. I see I still have one viewer. If you want to chat, you're welcome to join the YouTube chat. You have to be subscribed in order to do that, but if you're subscribed, you can actually write in the chat room as well. If you have any questions or anything else, suggestions, good advice, everything's welcome. So let's see, we're at 0.6 now when this candle closes. Let's see if that jumps down to 0.5. Yep, 0.46. This might be an actual entry this time. Get my keyboard ready here. Okay. So yeah, if I have a valid entry signal, all I have to do is hit the key combination Alt and Z, which you can define in MetaTrader, and that will activate the position size calculator to take a position, and then it will calculate everything automatically. Okay, so we have the parabolic SAR already printing underneath. This is green, this is green, this is green. We did have the dot back here. This should jump to white on the next candle. And this should jump to green on the next candle. If that's the case on both of them, I will take the entry. If one of them is not quite there, I will wait another candle. There's nothing wrong to wait a little bit. So currently, if it stays right around that area, we would have like a two lot trade size on 0.5% risk. If we have to wait one more candle for one of the excuse me, for one of the indicators to catch up, then it would obviously be less than that. So we got the scissors, we got the support dots, we came outside of the band. We have the white dot here. Green, 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 green. So yeah, the candle closes. We already have a blue Heikin-Ashi candle. And on close, this turns green and this turns white, and then we can take the trade. If this is not shown white, then we might have to wait one more candle. Yeah, and this indicator definitely repaints. You can see that line was here, it's now down here. So everything is in place except this one and this one. Again, the candle closes, the switch is green and the switch is white, I take the trade. If not, I have to wait on another candle. Actually, let me put my stop loss underneath here. Like halfway in between. That gives us a little bit more trade size. Keyboard over here. Okay. Haha. Parabolic dot switch back to top. That's why you always have to wait for candle close. Which gives us one more candle for the bottom one to catch up actually. But I'm not mad if it comes a little bit lower before the entry. It's going lower. Here we go again. But entry should still be imminent because we're at 0.55 right now. Maybe we are going down to hit that supply zone, demand zone here. I can move this line because this thing is moving anyway. I put a line right there where the demand zone starts so you can see better at home. Yeah, and this indicator is not working. I'm gonna take it off again. It's useless if it's repainting like that. Delete. So close. However, it makes me feel more comfortable because this white dot was way back here. So now we have a dot going down again. So in order to go up, we would get another dot here, which hopefully is closer to the entry at that point. this trade would be at 78, 79 pips right now, with a stop loss of, what was it, 12? 12 pips, yeah. So 78 divided by 12. Yeah, 6.5 times the risk. I'll be able to get my line out there. Yep. Okay. Okay, we got support dots again. So stop loss. Yeah, now this indicator, let me close this. This indicator is much closer to flipping over. Now that dot disappeared again, which would still make this valid. Now it's back. Not much further to go. Yeah, it looks like it's gonna hit that demand zone here, the 1 hour. Oh, this might actually be a 4 hour. That's a bigger one. Yeah. I might change the color between the 1 hour and the 4 hour so it's easier to distinguish them. For now I just left the 1 hour and 4 hour blue and the 5 minute and 15 minutes red and green. I have to zoom in a little bit. No, it hasn't hit that line yet, okay. We're definitely outside of the band again though. Did not tap in. Just funny that all the high impact news were positive for the pound. You can see this here is above expectation, consensus, whatever. And then this high impact news also above consensus. And then this one here, green above consensus. Yet the price is going down instead of up. Interesting. Let me find this currency thing again. I don't know why I took this off. I think it was this one. Ooh, okay. That's like way off. Okay, now we can see it a little bit. So a little bit further in. Let's try 200 and 450 on here. Okay, almost there. So let's try 110 and 500 here. It's too far out again. Let's try 130 and 550. A little bit more. 135 and 560. Yeah, that looks good. Just GBP really weak against the dollar. Oh, we did come further down. Okay, so maybe we do dip into that zone. Didn't quite dip in there, but I should put this more in the middle. I'm gonna put this more in the middle. That makes more sense. Let's do 250 again. Yeah, that's good. It's not quite happy. 300. 140. Good enough. Good morning, Lily. Her sleepyhead. Lily sleepyhead. Did we tap in there now? Still we're not quite there yet. Let me remove this line. Almost. I think it's hard to tell. However, we did get a 1 hour support dot here. I do see divergence though. If we look the last low here and look at this one, if that is a low, and then we look here where the low was to where it is now, it's actually slightly up. And I think we came into that, no, we didn't go into it yet, but like not even a pip away from it. So now we definitely have a support dot, and I can see the scissors behind there too. Bottom one is still in the red. Okay, we got a parabolic saw flip. Still not valid. I'm gonna get ready anyway, just in case. If the candle closes and they both, this one shows green, we got a dot here. Is that down? Yeah, a dot here, and this in white. It would be valid. Just in case. No, we do not have a dot on MACD yet. This was a going down dot. Up, down, up. So this is down, down, up, down, yeah. Oh, it disappeared now, so it would be valid. Okay, but we still have no white down here. So we would have to wait for that. do see green here now. And I honestly don't like the fact that we came all the way down here and did not tap into that demand zone. It doesn't make any sense. That is strange. Not even half a pip short. Yeah, this is still in the red on the bottom here. And again, I'm not a fan of it just stopping short of the demand zone here. That makes me feel like they're gonna come back and tap into it. Yeah, those all agree now. However, this one does not. Hey, yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna have to call it a night soon because, again, I have to pick up my roommate tomorrow from the airport. Both of them, actually, back to back. One at 2 and the other one at 4:30. One from Fort Lauderdale, the other one West Palm. And I gotta get some sleep before that. So 7 is my max. If we do not get an entry by 7, I'm out. And next time I know that I can take that trade. It's very unfortunate. That would have been 90 pips. Jesus. And from the looks of it, it's still going. 90 pips with a 12 pip stop loss. Ay. It's funny because when I back tested today, I had the session indicator on it with my trading zone, and I noticed that every time you did have a candle closing above or below the bands, and we had those arrows printing, that was always the move of the day, pretty much. So I said to myself, well, right after 1 a.m., as soon as we get the first gray candles, that's probably the move. And sure enough, it was the move. And it started right around 1:30. Like 30 minutes into the session, we had the entry. I know you're waiting for Sweepy. Me too. I get the cat stare of death because I'm not in bed yet. What? What are you doing, lady? Just gotta zoom in on that because I'm still not sure. Well, I guess you could count that. I don't know. But this is still red, and it's still red. Now it's green. Oh, might get an entry here after this candle. So this flipped to green now. And this is at 0.37. So if this turns white on the next one, because everything else is lining up now, you could actually take an entry. This time I'm gonna move my stop loss underneath that parabolic czar. Yeah, I think that's it. And we're in the band. I don't like that either. Yeah, so I'm gonna call it a night because I'm getting tired and this is not setting up right. I don't trust it. Like I said, I would have liked this to be white on the signal candle, which was this one, but it wasn't, even though everything else agreed. And again, I'm a little bit weary about that demand zone sitting right underneath here. I still think they're gonna push it down here. So my guess is that we're gonna go down again a little bit, hit that zone, even if it's just for a little spike, and then we're gonna get a valid signal, but I can't wait that long. It's already 6:30, and ideally you want to see that to be white on the signal candle, which is, or even green, kind of like let me go back so you see that, even though that was before the trading time. But if you look here on this candle, again, that was before the time, so it was still inside the band and whatnot. But this was the signal candle, and you can see this was already green. That's what you want to see ideally, or on the signal candle you want to see it in the white like here. But this is not the case right now, so I just don't trust it. So I'm gonna put a line here where I left off, just to take a look at it tomorrow. I just can't. I have to get some sleep. So yeah, sorry, I put the microphone down already. I apologize. I'm gonna leave that line on the chart so I can take a look at it tomorrow when I wake up and see what happened afterwards. Still trying to get a feel for this template, and I will see you guys tomorrow night at 12:45 a.m. again. And thanks for watching. Like the video, like the stream. Do me a favor and subscribe. If you're subscribed, you can also chat with me in the YouTube chat. And yeah, now it's turning white. Anyway, I'm just gonna leave it there. I'm not gonna take that trade right now. Yeah, it's unfortunate that we missed it. 90 pip trade down. That would have been my trade for the day and done. But it is what it is. Tomorrow I know that we could actually take that trade. I just got irritated by the colors and arrows from that TMA, and like I said, I removed those now and neutralized the colors, so it's just a matter of poking out of the band on the top or on the bottom. And again, from back testing, I know that it's usually right around the first closing outside that gives us an entry, which in this case was true. So I know tomorrow. Hopefully we catch one tomorrow and then you can see it in action. Yeah, now it turned white. You can see it down here. But I don't like that. Like I said, I would like to see that on the signal candle, which was right here on this one here, and it was not white at that point, and it's still going back and forth between the two. So I don't trust it the way it is right now. It might be that I think 8:30 when New York opens, might be that they bring it back again a little bit and then it takes off in the other direction. That could be too, that they're setting that up for London, for New York. But like I said, I have my horizontal line there. I'm gonna take a look when I wake up, and I see you all tomorrow night. You all have a great